How we doing, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Getting Julie. I'm Will, and today we're getting some minis painted, or at least we're going to try to get a lot of minis painted. So we've got 15 boys from Zombicide 2nd Edition minis to get painted. This is going to be more of a speed paint. I've realized that these were not position correct. I'm not going to touch that one. That one has problems when I touch it. So we're not touching you. You're going to be where you are. We moved you. Hopefully you're in a better position. But yeah, we are getting these painted. These were, I'd say unfortunately, these were unfortunately not painted in a very timely manner. Our Extra Life donor so far, I guess, has been sympathetic. I don't know. He's not yelled at me, but I said, you know, I need to get these painted, right? These are for him. It's for his donations. We're going to get it done. We did his last batch of unmatched in a speed painting technique. He didn't seem to mind that, so we're going to go ahead and get these painted tonight in basically just using speed paints. Normal painting, if you guys watched my last couple videos, with acrylics take about an hour per mini-ish. Speed paint, I usually, after I've done the prime and the dry brushing, I usually can knock these out in about 15 minutes per mini. We'll see if that holds true, because with 15 minutes, let's hear, that'd be 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. It would take us about, hang on, yeah, well, 31, 32, 33, 35 hours, but maybe about 4 hours. We'll see. I am getting a little bit of a late start. Actually, not too late. Just a little bit of a late start. We were out shopping, picking up things to convert Lucita's crib to a big girl bed. That's what we were doing tonight. So I think I found a trick for my zooming. So I know I've had issues with the zoom not being exactly where I want it, but now, like, even here the zoom looks pretty good. So what I did, it's a very, and it seems to be about perfect, is I take Fing Fang Foom, I stick him on top of this, and then I tell it to autofocus, and I turn it back to manual focus, so that it stays. So we'll see. The key is, of course, Will keeping this all in focus. Now, I do have everybody pulled up of who I need to paint. Luckily, there was one website left. So shout out to Arconia.com. They're, I guess, a manga game website. But they still have some of the boys packs, and they have all of the pictures from the Big Child Creative painted, because the CMON website no longer has, of course, the boys listed. I didn't think to go out to Guillotine Presses. But anyway, we've got the minis. He's on here, so I guess we will start with him. He seems pretty easy. He's basically just black and camouflage? Sure. So let me actually bring up the chat over here, because I'm not going to have the chat on screen like usual. I mean, I guess I could dual screen? I don't know. Technically, I could dual screen. But currently I have it mirroring. That seems like more work than I want to put into it. Let's just pull up the chat over here. Switch. I always switch accounts. I always don't use my account when I'm in streaming. I always use my podcasts account. So if you guys ever wonder what Marvel Echoes is in the chat, that's my podcast. And let me go ahead and do extra life. That is not how you do extra life. You need an X there, Will. Extra life in the chat. And then the other thing I need is I need it to be all messages, not top messages. I don't know why. I don't know why the default is to do that. Technically, I could put the picture on my phone. Either way, this is easier for me. Actually, let me do maybe. The picture doesn't take up the whole screen, so I guess technically I could do. See, then I can't see my webcam. All right, let me see. What can I do? I'm gonna figure this out, guys. We're gonna get this. I want to make sure that I can see the mini, because I need to make sure that I didn't think about that. I need to make sure that the mini is in focus for you guys. No, stop. You make sure the mini stays in focus for you guys, and I can see how to paint it. Oh, technically they don't take up the whole screen, so really I can just kind of there. That kind of works. That works. All right. So we need black. We need lots and lots of black. Question is, do I want to go that dark and black? I don't think I do, so I'm probably going to dilute this. That's camo cloak. The camo is going to be kind of fun on his t-shirt. Now, I don't know who these guys are, so you guys got to tell me who these guys are, because I don't know. I have not watched The Boys. It seems interesting. I've just not taken the time to watch it. Dark wood. Where's my black? Gravelord gray. Holy white. Grim dark black. So, the Grim black gets very black. Like, this is on white. It comes out black. So maybe I don't do, or I do a 50-50, 50-50-50. Is 50-50-50 a thing? No, 50, let's do 25-25. No, I can't, that math doesn't work. So we're going to dry. Oops, we're going to first shake this. That's important. First we need to shake. Shake, 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 shake. And I need a paintbrush for this. So let us get... Oh, these guys are tiny. These guys are tiny. I don't want a tiny brush because then that's a pain in the butt. But I am going to use one of my synthetic brushes. I don't know what brush I normally use for these guys. I feel like that's too tiny. I have something in between. That's kind of in between. Let's start with this one. We'll see how this works. It has been a while since I've done speed painting. So my speed, when I said it'll take me 15 minutes a mini, that was when I was getting it down pat. Because I did paint for charity, for Extra Life. We did paint an entire Cthulhu Death May Die. I painted that entire thing during vacation in Colombia one year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, that turned into 6. So 6 drops of that. So we're going to try a 1-to-1-to-1 ratio because I want to use the speed paint 2.0. So one problem these are speed paint 1.0s. One problem with the speed paint 1.0s is they had that bleeding, which is good if you want to do some kind of blending, but it wasn't very good for regular paint. Where did I just put that black? I did not put it back where it belonged. Dang it, Will. Not gonna put down my black again. Purple. I don't know where I put that. Where could I put that? Oh, right there. Holy cow. So what color am I missing here? I'm missing a blue. Chipping medium, speed paint medium. So this is the original speed paint medium. I don't know why I still have that. I should really just pour it inside of the 2.0 and call it a day. I'm missing a blue. Ah, there it is, pastel blue. I was down, okay, because it's near the Elven armor, which was blue. So I guess when I used that for so I was using the pastel blue for like, not fluorescent, but like I don't know, wash either. What am I thinking of? Like a light, like it was for Ironheart and a couple other ones to make it look like a lighted up pulsing blue. So I use that. All right, so all right, let's try that again. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was an explosion. That wasn't good. That was way more than 6 drops. Now I have no clue what my ratio is, but I have a lot in there. So that should be more than enough black to cover. Everybody needs black. Now I need to go and look for everybody that needs black. Now I don't know what color I want to color these bases, and he didn't say. So, and I guess I'll stick with the 6 drops of medium to what all's currently in here. 1, 2, well, that came out quick. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10. I don't know. This is a train wreck already. Well, this is a train wreck. What were you expecting? Now, he's actually really big. This paintbrush might be too small for what I'm trying to accomplish. Let's get that medium all in there. All right. FYI, these are just cheap little, so you don't need a wet palette for this. That's kind of one of the other nice things. This is just one of those cheap little dishes. You get a pack of them. I'm down to 3. I had like, I think 6. They were at the dollar store, or I guess the $1.50 store now. And got those. All right, so let's see how this comes out. She is basically just wearing pretty much all black. Yeah, I don't know what color I want to make the base. I don't know if make the bases black. I mean, I usually make black green bases, or a dark gray. I don't know. I might have way too much speed paint medium in it. That's a little bit thinner than I was thinking it was going to be. Now, the main thing is when I do speed paint, I don't go for details. So anything that could be like a minor detail that would be like maybe a different color, I'll debate whether or not I'm actually going to do that or not. But again, now one thing you do have to do with speed paints, because they are semi-translucent, you do have to be slightly more careful around the edges, because you don't want it to go where you don't want the color, because then when you paint the next color, of course, it's going to bleed through the transparentness of the contrast or speed paint. So that's what that is. So tomorrow, if I get all these guys done, if I don't, I'll be painting these tomorrow. Tomorrow, the plan is to do 2 different painting techniques on the exact same minis. So I have Endless Winter, Paleo American. I have the donor's copy, and I have my copy. My copy, I have not washed the wash off. So I'm thinking I'm going to do a speed paint on that with the existing wash, and then I'll do a speed paint with the dry brush technique. So there, that's all of his black. And I did adjust the contrast. So we will, or the ISO on my camera. So hopefully everything isn't as bright and washed out as it was. And then the next guy, so we'll let him dry. Now this is one thing, speed paint does take longer to dry. So you definitely want to make sure that you're batch painting with them. So it's this, where's this guy? He's pretty much all black. That's all he is. I don't know who he is. He's just, pretty much everything is just black. So he is just black. We're just gonna paint him all black. So I was like, oh, it takes me 15 minutes for a mini. Well, this guy's gonna take a lot less than that. Also did a speed paint for somebody's Frosthaven. And they liked the way it came out, and it was just a speed paint. But again, because painted minis, of course, always look better than unpainted minis. It's the nature of what it is. And this guy, I'm not even concerned about anything. I'm just putting the paint on. I have a very small selection of speed paint, so it does mean I do have to mix a lot of colors. But of course, if you have a full 2.0 range, you're going to have tons of colors. I've got 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. I have about 30 colors because I picked up pastels for the Masters of the Universe miniature game, because I figured, oh, I'm going to need pastels for She-Ra. I just realized I have not switched my glasses yet. I'm like, a lot of this looks kind of out of focus, bro. I'll probably have to do something to this guy to make him stand out a little bit more, because right now he's just kind of bland. I'll have to figure out what that is, though. I mean, he looks pretty good. I mean, but he's just one color. And that's kind of the downside. Like, that's why I'm debating, do I want to do a black or like a dark gray base? I'll have to go get the base color. Or do I actually go the color that they were, which was orange? I don't know. Is that the color of the normal second edition? I'll have to look up the second edition bases. The dog, on the other hand, is more of a cream color. And then the bad guy is the bad guy one. He's gray. So that's the abomination version. But yeah, that's pretty much a done mini. Oh, I'm getting black all over me. All right, so let's look for. Do we need more black? No, one guy's hair is black, so he'll definitely be one. The guy with the gun. Guy with the gun. Well. This guy's just his hair. Let me switch my glasses now. So one thing when you are doing speed paints, you want a lighter color unless you're wanting a darker look. Wanting a darker look, then yeah, use a darker color. But one thing you'll always probably need to do is put extra dry brushing or just straight out paint the faces, because the skin tones are very light, so they don't really cover very well. Right, they're more translucent. So if you don't have a good white base coat, then it's really hard to see. And then actually his straps and stuff are black too, but I'm afraid to do those until after I do his shirt. So we'll come back to you. All right, who else? I know there's somebody else that had black hair. Not you. You, the runner dude. There's the runner dude. And then, of course, if the color isn't strong enough with the speed paint, we can always paint it a second time. So he's wearing like a bluish color. Yeah, his shoes are kind of that bluish color too. All right, she's blonde. She's a redhead. The guy with the sledgehammer. Now he's kind of got some graying in his hair, so I'll probably want to pull some off of his. So that way some more of the white comes through. His pants are more gray than black. I don't think I want to make him black. Oh, and he does have a beard. So let's do the beard after we do his flesh tone. Puppy dog is the first one, right? Yeah, puppy dog is my first one. Now the puppy dog's easy. So the puppy dog's white. So we'll just go ahead and get the puppy dog knocked out. Now, the problem with Holy White as a speed paint is it's actually more gray. So it does need to be kind of washed out a lot. Normally what ends up happening is I put a couple drops of pure white in it. So maybe I should shake both these at the same time. Puppy dog should be quick though, because it's just that and then his collar. And we'll paint his collar black. There we go. That finally started shaking. That's just how thick the speed paint on the bottom is before the medium. Now they do have a new white speed paint that is actually more white than this one. I just don't have it. I'm looking at these Big Child Creative paint jobs. I'm like, how? How did they do that? All right, so normally I do a mix. So let's see here. Yeah, it's been a while since I've used these. I think they're all clogged. So I have drill bits, and I'm going to shove a drill bit down in there. Keep you to the side. We might need you again. Yeah. But this is what I said with the white. The problem with the white is it's not white. It's more of a gray. So I always add a couple drops of actual white, and then I'll add just as much speed paint medium as I did both white and the speed paint. And it usually does okay. I'll say okay. Worst case is I've had to do this too, is I'll just dry brush over it white, so then it pops more of the white out of it. And then the gray just kind of sits in the recesses, which honestly, I don't know if that's what their plan was. I'll just do it that way. As you can see now, it's more of a whitish gray instead of just straight gray. The ball up under the puppy bits. And I don't know what, and maybe his other minis are already painted. So like I said, the other minis I had to paint were for unmatched. So I don't know if he's got some homebrew cards for unmatched, or he already has a second edition painted. Not sure. And the head. Yeah, he's more white than he was. Probably wasn't as thin as I would have liked it. It's not filling in the cracks as much as you know, coming off these edges. A little bit more there, because that should be, it's kind of the problem, right, with the highlight. There we go. Puppy dog. So, question is, can I do the? I know I can't do the black. I'm not gonna do it. And we lost the puppy dog. Stop rolling around, puppy dog. I did not tell you to roll over. See, now you lost some paint. There. All right, now one of the girls, the blonde girl, is wearing white. Actually, I think more than one blonde girl is wearing white. So she's white, yellow, blonde hair. Yeah. And I'm guessing all of her stuff's supposed to be gold, so I'll probably use actual gold for that. She does have sleeves. Just thought about this. I forgot to put timestamps on my last two videos. Painting videos are some of the worst to timestamp. I do it to try to, maybe for people if they happen to watch the live stream after and just want to look at a certain mini. But like, I bounce around so much from mini to mini because of the, right, whatever color you have, or I'm letting something dry. So I have to move on to a different mini and then come back. Like I said, once this is dry, if I don't feel like it's bright enough, then I will most likely just do a dry brush over it. Because that'll bring that out and make the darker spots darker. Oh, that's her. Alright, two wearing white. No, she's wearing all yellow. Okay, so I was confused. The other girl's wearing all yellow, pretty much. Other ones kind of have white in them, but they're like in just random spots. So I don't know how to handle that. It's gonna need a lot of green. Yeah, a lot of green. All right, let's do green next. Green is not a color that I like as much. Also, by the way, speed paints don't taste as good as acrylic paints. Shouldn't be eating your paints anyways. Just as an FYI. Just as an FYI. Alright, so I want a green. That's like green. So the thing is, there are a couple different colors of green, aren't they? Yours is kind of a tealish green. His is more of this green. So maybe I start with that, and then I can turn it to a teal. What color? And then the camouflage, of course, is more camouflage green. The Aquaman wannabe, he's more this green. So yeah, let's start with this green, and then we'll transition to a. I have this prismatic. Well, the prismatic bolt's more of a blue, but I'll add this in. That'll make the green a little bit brighter. So where's the Aquaman want to be? Where are you, Aquaman want to be? And that's the thing of like with the boys as well as Invincible and all of them, they're basically playing on the tropes of the Marvel and DC comics. Mostly DC. I don't know why everybody tropes DC so much. But like most of the Invincible characters are a trope on DC, and most of the boys' characters are a trope on DC. It's just weird. I guess Marvel, because I guess that's the way Marvel is. Like their characters are stylistically different. I don't know if you could do that as well. All right, so do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the drop that was left on their setup. And let's add. We're not going to do as much this time, so just a couple drops. 1, 2, 3. That's weird. It seems like it's coming out the side. I don't know why. But again, I'm doing this just to kind of hopefully turn the 1.0 paints into 2.0 paints. It does thin them out a little bit, so that way they're not as thick, right? So I feel like it helps bring out the highlights a little bit better. But we will see. All right, so he is. All right, so it's just a chest thing, but the side. There's this side armor down there. And then his belt. The odd thing is, you would think with speed paints, and because of how much of a smaller brush, they would actually take more time. But I guess because either A, I'm going slower, or B, because of just nature of the beast, it actually doesn't take longer. All right, then he's got these weird ziggy-zag patterns in the middle. And then his boots are the gold color too. So now the question is, do I do true gold? Or do I do like an orange gold or yellowish orangish gold? Because I just realized that with the last one. She has gold, but the rest of the stuff is actually yellow. Where does that line go? Can't see where that other. I think it's right there. I don't want to get on the water. I mean, I'm going to do the water like a blue-green, but I don't want to get on the water. Where's that line? So depending how you dry brush, sometimes you can catch all the lines, sometimes you can't. In this case, I didn't catch the lines back here in the back. So it's a little bit harder to tell where to stop. Also because I'm using my vision, so that's a totally different excuse. All right, that looks a lot darker on the screen. So now I think I got the ISO too low. Like it's a bright green to me. But that's, I think, it for his green. All right, who was the next? Who was the next one? There was another. It was the guy with the shield, I think. He was like a regular green. Yeah, he's like a bright green. Dude with shield, number TB07. Number TB07, please step up. All right. So he's got a lot of tactical items all over his pants and everything else. So we're gonna paint over them, and then we're gonna hope we can do another speed paint over top of them without it bleeding too much. So he has way too many belts and stuff for me to try to dig out while I'm just trying to get this paint on there. So normally if you do a darker color over top, it's not that big of a deal. It's mostly when you do a light color or a very stark contrast color, if these bleed. Again, I can't remember if I've tried this before with the 2.0 medium in Speed Paint 1.0, if it helped prevent the bleed. The other time you'll see the bleed really bad with the old speed paints was if you tried to paint regular acrylic paints over top of this, right? It would actually, the regular acrylic paint would reactivate the speed paint, and then of course the speed paint then would bleed through the whatever the acrylic paint. So a lot of times it's white, right? Because I'm trying to touch up and fix where speed paint went and I didn't want it. Therefore, it will bleed through the white and make it green white in this particular case, right? It would be a greenish white. And so where that comes in as a concern, right, for some people, besides the touch-up, is if you want to, as some of the better pro painters that actually use contrast and speed paints, they will then, after they use the speed paint, do, of course, a highlight step. And that was not really ideal for the original speed paints because of the activation. Again, some people saw it as a feature. Some people saw it as a hindrance to what they were doing. All right, so he's got tactical armor in the front and tactical armor in the back. At least the way Big Child painted it, his sides aren't tactical armor, but technically they are. It's got that same pattern. So I'm gonna paint that as tactical armor on the sides. It seems to match. And this just looks like a shirt here. And this is where my not knowing these characters, like, I don't know why, like, are they all superpowered? Or some of them not superpowered? Are they vigilantes like Batman? Right? Kind of feel like the one guy that's wearing the black suit that I painted first. Like he would be more like a Batman vigilante. I guess he's the Captain America wannabe guy, but they didn't go all out with the circle shield. I'm trying to think. Is there a DC character with a shield? Right, so he doesn't have on his hands, but he does have this gauntlet. Goes up to his wrist. Now, also as a reference, for all those people that pay for, washed minis, this is how you would wash a mini. Like, this would be the same way to do a sun drop technique, and I got a video of that on the channel. But, like, this is pretty much all you're doing, is you just take a paint, do a dark primer, like a dark gray, do white dry brushing up to a highlight, slap this on it and call it a day. And if you want to really sizz it up, right, you can do another coat of the gray on top. I don't know why I'm looking at the small picture. I got a big picture over here. Alright, this is going to be delicate work. I'm not as concerned about getting it on the vest, because the vest is a dark color. Alright, I want to get it on his face, because you're not getting green off of a face. His hair is like a dirty brown, so hair wouldn't be too bad. And he's green. Alright. Now the other ones are more of a teal green. So, now I'm going to put, I forget how many drops I put in there. Prismatic bolts is too blue. I definitely don't want to go that. And I think the sea foam is too pastel. Maybe. I don't know. Her sweatshirt's a pretty good pastel. His is too, really. I think let me see what happens to the prismatic bolt first. So where are those two? So it's her and the normal looking dude. Normal dude. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it, I'm actually going to make it as a separate thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, and then what I can do is just kind of get as much green as I want without... 1, 2, 3. Alright, let's try 4, 4, and 4. That's almost the same color. I don't think it tealed it up enough for me. 4 was probably too much of scooping out. I go through more speed paint this way. Let's do 3 more drops of that. And 1, 2 drops of that. Oh, it's gonna be 3. 3, 4. Like, you don't even have to squeeze this. Like, it just comes out. There's no squeezing involved. That's probably way too thin now. Although, I could color one. Yeah, let's see what happens. Let's start with her. Now, I don't use speed paints on my Marvel United minis because there's too much smooth, flat surfaces. So it wouldn't really pull very well. Also, I don't want that look. This is more for a very specific look that you're okay with. On these, like a lot of these little smaller minis, it actually looks okay because they're so tiny and the details are so small to begin with that trying to take the time as a novice beginner painter or tabletop game painter where you really don't, and you just want them painted, it just makes sense to just use a speed paint because it's going to help with the highlights and shadows and doesn't make like, you know, this kind of mini just look like a blob on the table. There's a weird pattern on his shoulder. It's like a weird texture that they did. Not sure why. You know, I may have thinned too much. I think for the speed paint medium, I need to go for one drop and probably get 3. Seems to be the going ratio that I run into. All right. Yeah, these are smaller, so I keep pulling them out of camera. Sorry about that. All right, so I mean, I can tell that it's a different color, comparatively. So they're not going to look the exact same on the table. So that's really all that matters. I don't have the card art. Normally, I would go off the card art. I'd have to hunt that down, and it was hard enough just finding any pictures of any content. Like nobody uploaded anything to BGG. Nothing on BGG. Right, so this is just a shirt. He actually has something written on his shirt. That ain't happening. Not that good. I'll say speed paint painting actually is probably one of the best ways to get into painting. So when I was painting those Cthulhu Death May Die minis down in Colombia, my sister-in-law wanted to try, and she just picked up the paintbrush and picked up the speed paints with me and just painted a couple minis. Of course, wasn't as quick, but like her accuracy was fine, right? They got the minis painted the way they needed to be painted, so very user-friendly, as it would be. Something else you can do, and I'll probably do in a future video, is you can use different base coats or primers, right? Base primers to get a different look. So when I did the Cthulhu Death May Die, I did like a burnt umber, a rust. And I've used that a couple times for when I want like more of a dark gothic or dark, you know, red spooky look. His shoes can be, are his shoes black? What is he wearing? He's wearing tennis shoes? Yeah, he's wearing tennis shoes. I don't know if I wanted to have black tennis shoes. Why not? Why not? I just won't paint the laces. Good luck with not painting the laces, Will. Yeah, that ain't happening. We just paint them. Something else, again, increases your speed time and your efficiency. Just paint with the colors you got. Like I said, I normally have to mix to make other colors. So if I wanted like a different color of gray or a blue gray instead of this gray or that gray, does the color you have work? Is it close enough to what you would want, or at least look good? If it does, go with it. I don't know what's in his hand. Looks like a, I don't know, is it a detonator? I have no idea what's in his hand. Like, even the Big Child Creative one doesn't make it clear what's in his hand. It's like some kind of, like, looks like a banana. Like, I would say, okay, it's some kind of detonator walkie-talkie, but it's got this weird swirly thing there on the end. No idea. All right, where am I gonna grab you from? Grab you from that weird thing. I don't know what it is. All right. So we got that. Got him. Got her. Got him. Got him. All right, let's go. I guess on to blues. So for blue, that's way too bright. It might work, but I think it's too dark. That's definitely too dark. The next step is pastel, which would be too light. So I guess we're going with High Lord, and we'll just dilute it down. Although the other guy, what color is the other guy? The other guy's more of a bright blue. I got to do the water. And then he's about that same light blue. So maybe I don't do this. Maybe I use that after I do this. Yeah, let's do the magic blue first. And again, I'm going to have to dilute this down. And you put a drop of the pastel in there to bring it down a little bit more. Let's see what this does. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we'll do 1, 2 of that. And again, do 1 and get 3, right? 1, 2, boop, 3. Yeah, just don't squeeze. Don't squeeze well. It might still be too bright, but again, it may lighten up when I put it on. I need not you anymore. I need water. I might need more pastel. Let's do the water first, and before I do the other guy. Let's see here. I don't think it's thin enough. The one time I go conservative on my speed paint medium. Again, as long as you get it quick enough, you can kind of pull the paint back off. So let's dilute this just a touch more. 1, 2, 3 more. So now we're at we're at 6. I just did 6 of that, so we're 1 to 1 to. We're at 9 to 6. We're at 2/3. Oops. And Bella's barking at me. So, give me 1 second, guys. I will be right back. All right. So let's keep going with the blue. So hopefully this is more what I was looking for. Probably not. I feel like I felt like one of the other ones I did, you know, too much speed paint medium, and now this time I'll be like, okay, I've got the speed paint medium, but now I feel like it's too little. I mean, things do settle a little bit more, right? They start running into the recesses and rolling off the edges, and maybe it'll lighten up more. And right there, it started pulling up down in that bottom. And that means just grab it from there and put it somewhere else. Yeah, definitely. I think I overdid. Right now the ISO is at like 400. So hopefully this whole video isn't too dark. But I can tell on my TV that definitely looks darker than it does in person. So getting the exact color the way I want it is not happening right now. All right, so I lost my pictures. Pictures. All right, so. Now, his chest plate is a lighter color, so I'm thinking maybe I'll go straight pastel there, but I'll do everything out. Well, even these little strips and stuff are a lighter color. So maybe not, then we'll just do the whole thing. And then his little zippy thing, they painted his zippy thing a different color. I'm just going all blue. And what I can do is when I make the slightly darker blue for the other guy's shirt, I can come in and darken some of his elements. Yeah, otherwise he's just going to look all blue, which isn't going to be as nice. Oops, dang it. So, again, one of the benefits of at least the Speed Paint 1.0s, or Speed Paint, at least a little bit in general, is as long as it's still wet, you can get the paint back off, which to a small degree you can with acrylics too. But with speed paint 1.0, because it would reactivate, you could easily just put some water on it and it would basically just reactivate it and wash it away. Yeah, it was supposed to be a skin. That was supposed to be a skin. And he does have an A on his arm, so at some point... This is where I wish I had paint on matte varnish. I don't. Because then what you can do is set this with like a varnish and then go in and do your details as well. And his gauntlets aren't blue, so okay, his gauntlets are like a silverish gray and they look like it had spikes in it, which to me seems like it would hurt. Well, I said I was going to make a darker blue, but I actually don't mind this blue for that other guy's shirt. Actually looks like a good blue. Because earlier I wanted to go lighter. I should have gone almost pastel on these guys on this one. So he's, at least in the Big Child Creative paint, he's more of a pastel blue. This is where I'd really love to have the art, because see, like in Big Child Creative, they have like a dark mark over his shoulder, right? Because if you look on his back, it seems to have this pattern back here too, right? So there's like a V pattern there, and then his two sleeves, and then there's like a pattern back here as well. And like I said, on his chest, he has kind of this V pattern as well. I guess we will see. And then where's my dude with the blue shirt that I wasn't going to paint this color blue? I mean, I'm going to need the darker blue anyway, so I need that for the, I don't know, whatever, the Superman Captain America crossover guy. People who actually watch this show are probably like, what are you doing? Oh, no, that's not the guy I need. I needed the dude with the gun. Dude with the gun, that's what I needed. Alright, and then like I said, he's got a lot of straps, but I'm just going to paint the blue first, and I'll go back and figure out the straps after. Since I'm painting black for the straps, it should be fine, right? Because if it bleeds through into black, you're just going to get a bluish black, which is fine. I actually had that happen on one I was doing for somebody, and it bled, and it was before I had the pastels, so it bled, and it made a kind of like a tealish green, because it bled through the yellow, which is what I had originally did, and then I put white over it, because I shouldn't have painted what I painted yellow, and then when the white, of course, activated it, and then when I put the blue over top of it, which is what I wanted, it actually kind of activated the white-yellow mix and kind of gave it this greenish teal color, which was kind of cool. I like it. The person I was painting for didn't much care for it, so of course I had to repaint it after I primed, or not after I primed, after I varnished, right? Because like I said, if you varnish, it locks that in. And then what you're doing is you're really just painting over top of the varnish. Oddly enough, the varnish doesn't reactivate this. Not sure why. I guess it's probably the stroking of the paint with the paintbrush is probably what reactivates it. So when you're doing an aerosol can primer, that doesn't happen. Very odd. The hand, this one hand is just kind of weird position. And this one has a mold line to all get out. So I don't remove mold lines. I mentioned in other videos, it's just the amount of effort for the amount of detail change is not worth it, in my opinion. If you're going for like some kind of show quality mini, okay, sure. But when you're going for tabletop, that's not needed. So yeah, so I'll come back after that's dry, do all of his straps and buckles and all that stuff. All right, so now what color? Now let's see if we can. Let's see if my theory about the reactivation holds. We're gonna paint the puppy's collar. Now, one thing with this, of course, is I did mix some acrylic in with it, so it's very possible that the acrylic has caused it to set up a little bit better than usual. Forget where my point is. I think I need to, in order for me to move the camera any more, my wires are kind of short, or at their current limit, so I need to unstrap them so I can pull a little bit more. So these little minis, I'm finding I do need to pull them like more here, which is way outside the camera still. Now, can I get his eyes? I don't do eyes normally, but because he's all white, I think I'll at least get his. I'll be okay. Most of the other ones, the flesh tone kind of helps. Get that. So, little puppy dog, he's pretty much done. He's no longer gray, or I guess I should say he's no longer peach. He was peach tone. Yay, one whole mini. I would say one whole mini done, but I really don't think I'm going to do anything to this guy besides I might do his blades and like gunmetal. Maybe I'll do his eyes too. But like, because of the speed paint, right, you can see all the highlights and shadows on him. That's what speed paint's supposed to do. So, all right. What color are we going to move on to? Brown, good old brown. Everybody loves a good brown. I need like all these brown and khaki colors for like all these people's pants. Pallid bone will probably work. At least for the guy with the green. And then he had a white shirt. I forgot to paint his shirt white, didn't I? Well, I didn't want to do that while it was still wet. So I can paint his shirt now. There we go. That was it. That was all. Alright, so yeah, we'll do pallid bone for his. The other guy, the guy with the blue shirt, his are kind of like a khaki color too, but it's got a little bit more brown, so maybe I'll drop another drop a brown in it. Because the problem is I got this malignant green, which technically could almost work for his pants too. And we'll just go with the khaki color. Oh, there we go. Once I get to that level, then I know I'm good, I guess. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that will drop left. 6. So we'll put your paints back up so we don't forget where they go. Alright, and then we need our speed paint medium, because again, I'm trying to turn this into speed paint 2.0, so I don't have to worry about the bleeding. So what are we looking at? We're looking at, I cannot see that time at all. 10:57? 10:57, so I've been doing this for about an hour. I don't have any mini completed, but I got paint on like a lot of them, so. Alright, let's get this guy. Let's get dude with a random thing in his hand. Alright, so we'll just do 3. 1, 2, 3. All right. And pants. Pants and pants and pants and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants. No, the old commercial with the pigs. Boots and pants. Boots and pants. Now I'm looking at this color and I'm trying to determine this could be somebody's hair. I mean, technically this could almost be his hair, but I really won't want his hair the same color. His pants in the big child does have that a little bit more of a green hue, but his hair does have this color, so we're gonna go with it. Well, it does lighten up because I've got, again, when you do the faces, heads, things like that, you kind of want to put a little bit extra dry brush because these paints don't do well on they don't do well on the darker, right? Because they're more translucent. So you can see back here on the back of the head, I didn't dry brush as much, so of course it's almost a darker brown. But then on the top and the front where I did dry brush more, it's more of a lighter dirty blonde, I guess. I keep missing a spot right on his temple right there. Again, don't know what this thing in his hand is. I don't even know what color to color it. I'll probably end up just coloring it black because I don't know what it is. Yeah. All right. Gritty. You. Let's go with the guy with the blue. Well, what other tans do I need? She's got purple pants. I know that. His hair's a little bit darker than this. I don't want to do that. Nope. Said his pants have a little bit more reddish brown in them. Well, we could do fake Aquaman. I was thinking I could almost use this for his gold, but I'm thinking it needs more yellow. And the fun part here, he has a beard. All right. Next, no. His jacket. No, his jacket. I mean, his jacket is that, but it's got more brown in it too. No. All right, so we're going with add more. We're gonna add more of a darker brown, I think, for anything else. So the thing with the dark brown is there's only like it goes from my pallid bone straight up to dark wood. So dark wood, I only probably gonna need like 1 drop of this to really get the color. Maybe 1 drop for the one guy and then 2 drops for the other. Because after that, I do have like a reddish brown. Oh, somebody did need reddish brown, didn't they? That other guy's pants. So he'd probably go good with the sand golem. No, I do have hardened leather. I was thinking I didn't have any, so I do have hardened leather too. So maybe I don't need to go this dark. Did anybody need this dark? Yeah, that one dude's hair is this dark. Also with the flesh tones. So maybe I don't mix. We're just gonna do 1 drop. And then we're gonna do 2 drops of medium. I keep finding this little piece of paint that's annoying me. All right, so. All right. And then this guy, I think I want to dilute it just now. I mean, it seems to be running off of that guy pretty good. Let's go. We'll go with it. Let's see what happens. So. Because again, I can always wick it away if I felt like it wasn't enough highlighted. And then of course can always dry brush too on top. So always have multiple ways to change the color besides mixing or diluting with the medium. I can't remember his hands are. What color are his hands? Where are you at? Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Oh. See. Okay, so his hands are uncovered, or at least his fists. Just his fists. The top of the fists are covered by that, the gauntlets. What about the bottom? Where's the gauntlet end on the bottom? No, we're just going to color the bottom. We're just going to color just the fist through this. There you go. And the guy with the sledgehammer. Oh, he's got a beard and I didn't paint his beard. I was probably thinking, oh, I'll paint it after I paint his flesh tone. But that would mess me up for the, because it's more of a, he's kind of older, it looks like, so he would have more of the graying. Got too much on the side. See, that's what I said. Get too much, just wipe some of the speed paint medium off of your brush and wipe it away. Get the color you need. The problem with him now is I've got like 3 different brown elements, right? I got to figure out what to do with the handle of his sledgehammer. I have his trench coat, and then of course his flesh tone. So to make sure that doesn't get all muddy, I need to make sure that each one is a distinct enough color, while not making it gaudy by making them just completely different colors. That's what I'm afraid is going to happen. So I could do the sledgehammer, this other brown. I think that's what I'm going to do. This one that I did for everybody else's pants. Yeah, I gotta figure out his jacket though. What color is his shoes? Where's he at? Nope. 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 Which sledgehammer guy? There he is. Sledgehammer guy. Oh, he's got like white tennis shoes on, so technically he's kind of already good. I just got to do his jacket. His undershirt is like a lot lighter, like, well, they did like a light blue-green. So I'm wondering, maybe I do just go with that pastel seafoam. I don't need a lot of that, so I'm just going to put it right there. And with this, it's speed point 2.0, so I'm not even going to worry about diluting it. I shouldn't say diluting it. I'm not going to worry about putting a medium in it, which, again, is diluting it, but I've been doing that to try to turn the 1.0 paints into 2.0 paints. Yeah, looks pretty good. I like that. Works for me. All right, so his pants, I wanted that little bit redder color. So where was that? That was this. No, that's the Crusader skin. I'm at the wrong spot. Sand Golem, right? Yeah. Missing a paint. Ah, right here, hardened leather. Okay, I need that later. Put you back. Yeah, Sand Golem's kind of like a tannish red. So 6. 1, 2, 3. Oops, that was 4. That was 4. Other thing is, like, I usually use this holder, but like with speed paint, and these littler minis, I get in the habit of just not using the holder, and because I'm just quickly switching. So like you probably notice I've stopped using the holder. Where's my guy? Where's my guy with my gun? There he is. Guy with gun. So I think that's what I wanted for his pants. If you stage these minis in a hoodie, they'd be boys in the hood. Hey, David, how you doing, buddy? How you doing? These are the boys. I know nothing about the boys. I've mentioned earlier in the stream. I've never watched the show and have never read the comic. I'm painting these for somebody else. I'm just calling in the guy with the gun, the guy with the sledgehammer, basically saying whatever their weapon is. That's who they are. That's their name. Here's a good example of, again, speed painting. So he has a belt. I am not going to go in there and try to paint that belt. We're just going to let the speed paint try to paint the belt for us. And it will stand out or it won't. But again, with these, like I said, with the Zombicide minis, this works really good because you're just trying to get a coat of paint on them. And so they look good when they're on the table. That's it. That's all we're trying to do. Alright, so that's an orangish red. Do I need an orange? Oh, the one girl's hair. Where's the other one? Yeah, the Wonder Woman wannabe. Are you the Wonder Woman wannabe? Yes, you are. We will do your hair in this color, I think. Superman copy Homelander is wicked. Yeah, he's got there's an Abomination mini for him, so I've got to paint him twice. He's got an Abomination mini, and then he's got his regular mini. So technically, you can have him fight himself, I guess. it was one of those ones where I think that one, Abomination one, was the extra if you went like all in, right, when you pre-ordered. Because I found this store, which is where I found the painting images from Big Child Creative, and he's not among them in the Abomination box. They only have the 2 bigger boxes. But again, the guy I'm painting these for, I don't even know why he's like, what he's going to use these for, I should say. Not my thing, what I've called snippets. Yeah, I think, so for me, a lot of our TV watching is when we have time, it's, you know, that's when me and Audrey can do things together. So we're not going to watch shows that both of us might not want to watch. And I feel like that's probably just not a show she would want to really watch. So I'm not worried about trying to watch it. So I've diluted this paint to get it off of her face, and I almost feel like that could have been a flesh tone. I'm just going to have a little bit of a shadow on her one cheek, I guess. That's not as red as I would like it. We'll see how that turns out. That's not as red as I would like it. All right, I gotta do this other guy's jacket now. I don't want it this dark. I don't want it that light. So let's do a mix. Let's do... I really don't have much of this left. Grab 2 scoops of that. Let's grab 2 scoops of that. Maybe 3 scoops of that. Make sure that I'm definitely getting a different color. And I'm not. So let's drop a little bit more pallid bone in there. Boop, boop. There we go. The boys are supposed to be what would really happen if supers really happened. Super would have his power go to his head, and there's a resistance. Yeah, I was wondering, because a lot of these guys don't look like they have powers at all. So I'm like, don't think they would stand up very well against the Superman guy. Or the guy that can run really fast. You know, I was talking about how like everything seems to be a knockoff on DC. Like even like Invincible is a knock on DC. Like there's not a lot of knockoffs on Marvel characters in like your Image, Skybound, you know, in those third-party comic companies. Never really knew why. It was always DC they went after. I do remember DC was the forerunner of superhero comics, which is why Marvel started making superhero comics, because of course when they were Timely Comics and whatnot, they were mostly making like romance and teen dramas and war. And then they knew they needed to change, which is when they became Marvel, because they saw what DC was doing. Maybe that's why. Maybe it's not that they're not necessarily poking fun at, but maybe it's more like an homage to the originators of the superhero trope, which is DC. Episode 1 has a pizza just explode through a civilian. Grim. Ooh. Yeah, that's... No. Yeah, Audrey definitely would not watch it. She doesn't do well with blood, guts, and gore. Which again, kind of explains why, like, some of the games that I own, like I would say Zombicide, but like Nemesis, right? I've not played on the channel because she wouldn't play it, right? So now, however, I could play the Untold Stories, which is the co-op solo mode. Well, multi-handed solo mode. I want to make sure that he had 3 distinct colors. I feel like I might have, gotten 3 distinct colors on him. 3 distinct browns. All right, and then I got to do his beard because I forgot to do that the first time. That's the thing. With speed paint, I can knock out some minis. Like, no problem. All right. Anybody else need brown before we move on to another color? Anybody else need brown? Your shirt really needs to be like a green color, but it's not that bright green. I think I need to do camo green for yours. If I'm not going to make a camo pattern, I think I just need to make your shirt just camo green. Homelander makes the Aquaman character eat an octopus, whom the Aqua guy can talk to. Oh man, you gotta eat your buddy. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you can definitely tell. Okay, there's a Wonder Woman, there's an Aquaman, there's a Superman, there's a Flash. Some of the other ones aren't so clear to me, so not sure who they're supposed to be. Put my guy down, and I don't know where to put him. There we go. I'm just gonna make his shirt green. Yeah, green shirt. Now, let's see if I can actually put a couple light colored brown, different brown drops on it to try to give some of that camo look to it. Probably not. Probably gonna mess it up. Yeah, not really. Not really. All right. Get him and him done. Lots of blue. Where's the blue? Where's he at? There he is. So he's not... I thought he was a darker blue than that. He's... At least the way they did him, they've got him like almost a very light blue. Like almost a pastel blue. I don't think that's right. Big Child, I think you're taking liberties with your paint jobs here, guys. Let's see how somebody else did it. I was going to say how somebody else did it, but nobody else really painted these. That was a problem I ran into, is trying to find people who painted these on VGG. There's not many. Let's see, what do we got? What did you do? So Lee painted him. It's a darker blue. It's not as bright. So I think what I'll need to do is do the dark blue, maybe put some pastel in it. Maybe. All right, where'd you go? No. Yeah, let's try that. Let's do the dark blue with a little bit of pastel on it. I don't need a lot of this. So. Nope. Yes. Right? Yeah, definitely don't want Cloudburst. Cloudburst is almost like a black blue. I prefer my... Woo! What? That camera's messing up. Huh. My front cam's messing up. see if I switch to just webcam. Still doing it? Yeah. I have to turn. Let me turn off my camera and turn it back on. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to get rid of my webcam. Oh, let's see here. Did I fix it? Yeah, turn it off, turn it back on again. It's been on all day. I forget to turn the cameras off when I'm not using them. It's probably not good for them. Heroes heroic with dashes of comedy and tragedy. Yeah. All right, so let's do 2 drops of that. 1 drop of the pastel. And some speed paint medium. One, 2, 3, 4. Let's try that. Let's see what happens. This is when I paint with speed paints, the whole thing is just an experiment. Do I remember what that was? What was that? 4, 1, 4? I don't think I made enough to do both of these guys. Oh, I got something in my... Ironically, this is almost the color I made last time. I used the magic blue last time, and this is almost the exact same color. Almost the same color. All right, then, yay, he's going to have a red band in the middle of the blue. So that's definitely going to require me to paint paint white over top of that. I'm going to try not to paint it, but, you know. Easier said than done. And gloves are red. Boots are red and gold. And then I gotta paint a flag on this back. I guess it's slightly darker than the other. Oh, he's got a lightning bolt on this arm. Yeah, I'll figure you out later, lightning bolt. I gotta deal with trying to paint around you right now. Oh, way too much. Take some of you and move you around. Way too much. Reminds me, I forgot to get my flat black for the bases. Or at least the base rings, but yeah, I think I'm going to do the bases in flat black too. So these are before CMON started getting fancy with their bases. Once they got fancy with the bases, then all the IP holders are like, oh, you need to make my bases fancy too. Oh, yay. I got some blue on there. I think I got all of his leg. I can't really see behind there, so I'm going to say I got all of his leg. I think I did catch some here I did not want to catch on the boot. And it's not really coming off, so hopefully the red covers it up. All right. Oops. So his cape doesn't go over. Okay, so his cape is being held on by his massive shoulder pads. Gotcha. And his collar is red, unfortunately, too. Mm. Okay, so this is supposed to be blue. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to do the stars. Hopefully my theory of adding the speed paint medium 2.0 into the 1.0 will keep them from activating and I can do the stars. If I am wrong, then I end up with light blue stars, or have to do like 8 coats of white over top of it to keep it from, till it finally stops bleeding through. Which is usually what happens. All right. One Homelander done. Well, I say done. One Homelander is blue. Now I get to do that madness all over again. Yay, Will. And mostly, it's a very similar mold. Like even, I mean, it's the pose and all is different, but like a lot of this mold is very similar. So I know how 3D modeling is done. So of course they basically did have the same model and they just reposed it. It does make it slightly easier to kind of know where things were from the first one I did. That's why you're supposed to have them on the holder. Just make the white for the stars thick. I don't, like I said, I know I've had activation before. And I couldn't tell you if when that has happened in the past that I just, put a lot of paint on, like a lot of acrylic paint, it still bled through, or was I a little bit too safe? I don't know. Guess we will try, David. I'll try for you, man. I'll do as thick as possible and see what happens. I'll just have one big blob of white is what will happen. All right. The fun part is going to be the stripes, though, because I have to do the red and white stripes. Thick paint, tiny brush. Those tiny bubbles. Tiny bubbles. I move my web browser over top of my screen so I can't tell when I'm in frame and when I'm not. How about we move the web browser out from... Well, the reason I did is because I was looking at the back. That's right, I forgot. All right. So what other blue do I need? Who else? Blue? More blue? No blue? Need blue. I did want to see what I could do to him to kind of give him some different colors of blue. Because he is a little bit one note right now. So. He's very one note. I don't think this is going to do it. Because this is still dark. I mean, it's light, but he's already got dark on him. So I think... Let's try... Hello, how you doing? Hello, hello. Alright, let's just try... Pure pastel blue on top of the blue and see what happens. My painting is completely experimental at this point in time. So let's see what happens. You just need to break this up a little bit more. Got too samey. I mean, it looked good. I mean, it looks good because the highlights and the dark shadows you get just from the speed paint, but he's just looking a little bit too samey. If I can at least give him another shade of blue in certain areas, hopefully that will break that up. Said, I don't know what this pattern is on the on the back. It's just a weird like lightning pattern thing right here. We'll color that in too while we're at it. And these little A things. I don't know if that's visible enough. We'll have to wait till that dries a little bit, see what happens. Okay. Now what color? She's just all white. She's already done. Yellow? Yellow's always fun. Where's she at? Nope. 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 Yep. Alright, so she does have white, but it's like white inside of the yellow. So as long as I just do the yellow, I don't need to do the white. She's got those little stars too. She's got little stars, and then this one here has little stars. I think they're two different people. Alright. I did get a pastel yellow, because the problem with yellow, the Zealot yellow is more of an orange than a yellow. And after that, then you go to Malignant Green, which is like a green yellow. So, I did buy a pastel yellow to have an actual yellow, but again, need it for She-Ra for those minis. Yeah. I don't know what I hate. I don't like the, normally you get like a clog or a nastiness, but at least those pop right off. The speed paints seem to just leave this weird, stringy mess on theirs. Alright, so for her, I think, because most of her stuff are just lines, I'm going to put her on the base. Zero Sugar Mountain Dew. It's not bad. It doesn't taste like Mountain Dew, but it tastes like Mountain Dew. If that makes any sense. All right. This is gonna be fun. So this is yellow. That's yellow. Those are yellow. Yeah, this is gonna be annoying more than fun. All right, let's start with her hair. And she's one note too. That's kind of a problem. Get her hair done. The only problem with these big child painting examples is, of course, they're only showing me the front. That's why I don't know, like with the little speedster guy, I had no clue what his back is, because they didn't show the back. I guess her thing must go around her neck because it's not on her back. And her gloves are yellow, so let's knock them out because that's easy. Yeah, so they go all the way up to here. I feel like that's like all these are like very one note, like they're single color for the most part. Maybe that just doesn't come off well represented in a mini compared to a comic book. Or I guess if you're doing like I am and you only paint single coat and don't play with the highlights and the shadows and the 5 or 6, 7, 8 other coats, and or the same thing, I only have a very small selection of speed paints. So I'd have to mix a bunch of colors to try to get them. And even with like the blues, I made a blue and I'm did another blue, and they almost turned into be identical blues. So mixing didn't help me. And her boots. These boots were made for walking. That's just what they do. I mean, like with the gold accents, right? I can do that. That'll hopefully make some of these things pop a little bit more. Yeah, she just doesn't have a lot of color. All right, now to see if I can do the line work. Okay. Trying to see like what they painted, and I'm trying to find the exact same thing, and I'm not seeing the same details at all. I feel like they created details that didn't exist in the original mini. Because again, they get resin copies, and that's before the factories get it and then determine, oh, we can't make that. Then they have to modify. I feel like that's what's happened here. She's yellow. Now, guess I should daub a little bit of the white in the white spots just to make sure they're actually white. Mm-hmm. I made the white stand out a little bit more, or at least the yellow from the white too. I think once I get a flesh tone on, then it'll help. All right. Yeah. All right. What other yellows do I need? I know fake Superman's hair needs to be yellow. Technically, I guess I could do everything yellow that's supposed to be yellow, and then if something's supposed to be gold, then I can determine. Because this yellow actually makes a decent looking gold. So I was going to do fake Superman instead of doing fake Aquaman. That one. All right, so they are full. I didn't know if they were full gloves or if his fists were exposed. Cool sculptures. Hey, Ricardo. Yeah, these are the boys minis for Zombicide. Don't know anything about the boys. David tried to teach me about them earlier. I just call them fake Aquaman, fake Superman, fake Wonder Woman. Works for me. These are for Extra Life. So I had somebody donate quite a bit of money last time we did Extra Life. Actually, 2 years in a row. And I painted all of his minis from the first time, but then this time got delayed due to baby. I was thinking, oh, I'll definitely get them painted now because the baby, I'll just be able to do these. Let's just say, if you think when you have a baby, you're going to have free time to do stuff like that while they're sleeping, babies don't sleep. When they do sleep, you have to sleep with them. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to keep it like that, if I want to make it like the way Big Child painted it, it's like gold and gold. But I think if I put gold on it, it would look like, oh, he's wearing like metal. I mean, it's supposed to be, I guess, kind of sparkly to be like fish scales. His hair didn't come out the way I wanted it to. Yeah, so we're doing a speed paint this time. We're not messing around. I got 15 minis to complete. And I should be able to complete 15 minutes in 5 hours when I do speed paints. That'll be my thumbnail, right? Once this is all said and done, update the thumbnail. It says 15 minis in 5 hours. Can he do it? And that's always my thing. Like, I know I can speed paint minis and get them painted quick, but I'm not always, not to say not a fan. I sometimes like the look, but sometimes I don't like the look. So kind of here and there on it. Oh, dang it. That's supposed to be red. Oh, there is a not red spot, and I decided to paint the whole thing instead of just the not red spot. So, oh no. Okay, so just the... I'm confused. Actually, I was good. It's these little... He's got bands in the middle that are gold. That was a good catch. Now his I'll definitely make gold, because like he's supposed to be like fancy schmancy, I guess. Because I could look up images from the show, get a better understanding of what their colors and styles and what's reflective, what's not reflective. Next. Like I just painted you. got a twin. Okie dokie. I do have it. The other girl, she's wearing white and gold, so I guess I'll knock her too. Alright, where's white girl? There she is. Alright, what on her is yellow? Nope, 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 nope. Where are you at? Nope, nope, that's the other one. That's a blonde-headed girl. Yeah, she's blonde-headed too. Oh, we don't want them. Now I'm wondering if they are the same girl. Jeez. I'm gonna need more of that paint. Not you. You. Alright. And do it again. Gotta be careful though, she does have a headband on, so. Yeah. A little bit darker in some areas. So I like I said, I dry brushed these, but I guess I missed in a couple spots. And a couple areas are a little bit darker than I would like them to be. Too late now. So, she's wearing gloves? No, just gauntlets. Yeah, it looks like she's just wearing gauntlets. Dang it. Oops. Off screen, sorry about that. Yeah, like her color style is almost identical to that other girl. I mean, the difference is she's just wearing a dress and a cape and the other one's not. Alright, we got a note. In the store. I think the edges of her cloak. Dang it. That's going to be a fun one. And this is fun when it's regular paints, let alone speed paints. I feel like this is going to happen a bunch. The only benefit is because her cloak and everything is white, having to touch it up with white is not that hard of a thing. Whatever with the other ones, you touch it up with white, then you got to paint back over with the speed paints again of whatever color it's supposed to be. So. I was thinking about, for some reason, today, I was thinking about if I did painting for charity again, I was like, could I make not to say a joke pledge, not a joke paint, but painting for charity, let a 2-year-old paint your minis. And then I just give Lucita a paintbrush and some speed paints and let us see what she does. She's very artistic already. Like she's doing stuff like today we were out to dinner and she just randomly drew. We were gonna draw a happy face, so she just randomly drew like a little squiggle that was a circle because she can make circles. And then she was like, "Okay, well let's draw the happy." And for whatever reason, when she was going across, she kind of took the pen like more like a single happy and then went again. So it was like the double happy, right? Or the double curls that normally you would do like if you're doing like a cat or a bunny mouth. And she immediately was like, happy cat, like with just the 2 eyes she drew and then the little mouth she drew. It's like, yeah, you're right. That's exactly what that is. And I don't think it was intentional, but you know, when she did it, she was like, "Oh!" And then she immediately wanted to finish drawing it as a cat, so she had to have me help her make a triangle. I said, "Okay, this is how you make a triangle," and I made one here, and then she tried to duplicate exactly what it did. Scary, scary. I think that's that on her. All right. What's our next color, guys? We need like a field gray. We need like a... So I still think that the Gravelord gray is too dark. I think my Runic gray is going to be too light. So maybe a 50-50? Runic and Gravelord? Maybe? I haven't done flesh tones really on that many of anybody. I think just the Speedster and Sledgehammer guy. But so we're sitting at, when I started at 9:40. Oh, daylight savings time. I thought daylight savings time used to take place at... Yeah, I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. So 2.5 hours, and I feel like I'm pretty good along. Alright, so we're going to do 1, 2, 3. Oops, I guess we're going to have 4 drops of that. This is my Runic Gray. So Runic Gray is a little bit more blue. Which actually, before I mix that with anything, let me do his Sledgehammer. Actually, I think I want to do his Sledgehammer and his pants, to be honest. So I'm trying to figure out what color was I going to do his pants. Actually, I kind of like the Runic Gray as is. I'm debating if I want to make it any darker. Can't remember why I needed the gray. I'm doing this now and I can't even remember why I needed the gray. So I like this gray. I've used it. So I do a two-tone style that I figured out. So the same thing. It's speed paints. It's not speed paints. It's dry brushing. So it's the dry brush highlight like a slap chop, and then I do the Runic Gray over pretty much everything. Well, not everything. I figure out what I want to be a color. I can't remember my order of operation. I don't remember. I think I paint that color first, and then I do the Runic Gray as a kind of as a wash. So I did it with my Scarface 1920 minis, and I like the way that came out. Yeah, I think this works good for him too, because he's, you know, more blue, so the Runic Gray's got that little bit of that blue in it. But yeah, it makes it a better than just like a black and white gray type of wash on the mini. Never got his underarm. I don't remember which color I did for his arms. Yeah. Like I said, speed paints do not taste as good as acrylic paints. I guess it really doesn't matter. I mean, any of mine. Any of the browns I have left will be fine on down here, just covering that one spot I missed. It's in the shadows. Yeah. Yeah, he still does seem kind of monochromatic. I mean, on the camera he looks worse than he does in person. In person he doesn't look too bad. I mean, you know who he is, you know what character it is. Oh, I missed his jacket a lot. That's better. Problem is that he had a little bit too much run off of his head though. Because I tried to go old man on him to show some of his gray, and now he unfortunately has a little bit too much gray up top there. To keep the gray on the temples. Nope. All right. I'm not happy with somebody, so I'm probably going to do a full second coat on him. So his jacket and everything, it really came off a lot, so I'm going to basically just do it again. Came off more than I was wanting it to, so now it no longer reads as black, it reads more as gray. Really worn gray at that. I think I won't touch his pants the way that way there's at least some contrast between his jacket and his pants. It's kind of one of the problems, because again, he was very monotone as well. I've said that with all of them, they're all really monotone. And let's darken up his boots though. Again, we get that separation of his boots from his pants. And darkened it up a little. Like I said, I think I put too much speed paint medium. And I did these first couple guys. So they got washed out, unfortunately. Yes, I'm abusing this brush. No, I don't care. It's my cheap synthetic $15 for a pack of 20 brushes, 20 or 30 brushes. Alright. Alright, now we gotta do... I just washed off all that black, and then I'm like, oh, I need to do this guy's stuff. And this guy reminds me of like a detective or something. Again, don't know who any of these people are. I'll call him the Commissioner Gordon knockoff. I don't know. Right, where's that going? Mm-mm. 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 See. He's got weird things on his shirt too. I really can't tell because the way they've got him like this, I can't tell what's supposed to be in there. So I think I'm just gonna drop some blue in there and call it a day. So I missed a spot anyways. Alright, and he has a beard too. He doesn't have a beard as much as a 5 o'clock shadow. He does have brown boots though. So, go with this one. I want them to stand out and be different. There's that one guy's pants. I want to see if that might work for the color I want. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out this guy, the other guy's skin tone. Let's try it. Let's try it. Worst case, I just thin it down some more with a little bit of water. Yeah, I think that works. That works. I do need to give him his 5 o'clock shadow though. That's technically one done. I guess let me color his gun with just black paint and we'll say he's done. Probably go back with, I usually do gunmetal for guns. All right. Yeah, we'll say we've got 1 mini done. Two. Forgot we have the doggy. Doggy's done. Doggy's done. So we're gonna get 2. Some of these just need their flesh tone. Actually, technically, he's done too, because I'm leaving his shoes white. So he's technically done. All right, so we got 3 done. 4, because I'm not going to mess with him anymore, I don't think. Don't want to do his gauntlets. Let's do a second coat on his gauntlets. Not as dark as I'd like them to be, at least not on the top. The bottoms are perfectly fine. I think these are supposed to be the same thing. Trying to give him some more contrast. All right. We'll do your crowbar in this color. Same thing. Need flesh tones. A lot of flesh tones. All right. What color is fake Wonder Woman? I haven't done much of anything on her yet. Where is fake Wonder Woman? There she is. Fake Wonder Woman. So, purple undercoat and then like a metallic everywhere else because, again, she's got armor on. So, she's pretty much going to be metallics. So, I'll just base coat her with the runic gray. All right. And then she has a skirt, but then she has like a chainmail in front of it. Don't really see where the divide is. It's right there. So her skirt's like a purplish, I don't know, it's kind of weird. It's like a purplish burgundy, maybe? I don't think I have a purplish burgundy. Yeah, I guess we'll do the purplish burgundy now. Because actually the other girl, she needs like purple pants. Blood red's not going to cut it. Slaughter red. Maybe slaughter red with a little bit of warlord purple. Getting my third. I'm on my third palette now. All right. So, actually, the slaughter red might be perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, two, three. Yeah, actually, that slaughter red might is actually perfect. I don't need to add any pink in it. Yeah, so the slaughter red's more of a purpley pink than a. I guess if I was thinking slaughter red, I would think of like like a blood red, right? But it's got more of a purple tint to it. I knew it was going to happen. Hopefully the flesh tone helps cover that up a little bit. I mean, again, it's underneath. It's not like, I mean, the only time you see it is if you lay the mini down. Alright, this upper area is going to be a pain. The upper area is just a whole bunch of like swirlies and random things. Like even Big Chow Creative didn't have a clue what was up here. They just kind of were like, I'm sure. only saving grace was his speed paint, so it's a little bit thin, so it kind of goes into the grooves it wants to go into on its own. This middle section is just so weird. I don't know what this is. I don't think her this section's supposed to be shown. I'm gonna paint this the red. Yeah, I am going to go over this with metallic some. I don't need to be, I guess, perfectly on. But closer the better. I'm trying to look at their paint job, and this just doesn't make sense from any perspective. Like none whatsoever. It's just not making sense. Felt like the guy was like, "We need some detail here. Just throw some random shapes, buddy, and push print." Because it's just random. It nothing connects fluidly to another spot. And now I've got this. I'm gonna have this like little metal piece here, and so on theirs it shows like a little detail here and a little detail here, and I just don't. Yeah, I don't see any details. I don't see them. Not one iota. And she's supposed to have like little gems here, so. Fortunately, now I have way too much of this red. Oh no, that's right. I was going to do the other girl's pants in the same color. Okay. That works. she goes. I forget what color her hair was. Where'd she go? Here. Oh yeah, the reason for the runic gray was the guy with the armor. I didn't even do the guy with the armor. Oh, hers is like a dark brown. I don't have, I think, my dark brown anymore. One drop. One drop. Right. Who's that other guy? Yeah, you. Want your hair to be a little darker. You had a couple light spots. And technically I want yours to be lighter. But what I got is this. And we'll do a touch of the red in it. We're gonna need some more runic gray. That was too much, Will. That was too much. Too much runic gray. And what color is his shield? Nope, nope, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, nope, nope. There it is. So, oh, shield's yellow. Dang it. And yeah, it's still wet. Okay, we're still good. Got like a Christmas tree. He's got these. He's got red boots, at least in the Big Child Creative painting. I'm not giving him red boots. I'll give him these like a orange red boot. Either way, still looks stupid. And I mentioned about how they don't have the nice textured bases, because textured bases is something, you know, Marvel Zombies did, and then everybody was like, oh, I want mine to have textured bases. But like some of them have like these extra elements on their bases, which is just annoying because it's not consistent across all of them. So then you got these random little elements that don't make sense, and now I gotta paint them. But he's got a crazy little rock on his face. That's what it is. Come here, Runic Gray. So, paint the rock Runic Gray. Get that all that way. Oops. The boot wasn't finished drying yet, Will. Like same thing around, like a lot of his little bits have red on it. Not a fan. Alright. Now what? This random thing I never knew what it was, so we're just gonna make it Runic Gray. Don't know what something is, make it Runic Gray. Especially when you put too much Runic Gray on your palette. Alright, so. They're done, so I just need flesh tones. And then red. Okay. There's my red. Actually, before I get into red, let's just do the flesh tones. Nope. 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 See? Crusader skin, as it would be called. I think I'm going to put another coat on her hair, though, before I forget. much better. Alright. That's a Crusader skin. Two, three, four, five, six. Don't really need to dilute this one too much. I'm just gonna do 1, 2. Don't need to dilute this too much, because if it dilutes too much, like I said, you gotta put extra white on like skin. That way it actually can be colored skin, because gray and this don't agree with each other. But I thin it down too much, and then you have the same exact problem where you over diluted and now it doesn't cover them properly. Well, I don't think she's got shoes on. Where's the... I keep thinking it was like a soccer mom in her pajamas. Yeah, she didn't have... She's got little... At least the way they did it, they gave her like little things on her pants. I don't know what those things are. I did her face already, but it's very dark. I'm gonna have to do. Maybe I didn't. I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. I'm gonna have to redo her face. So, and check the other ones, I guess, while I'm at it. So I want the faces to pop, and usually, like I said, I normally have the faces good. Guess I didn't. I think I'll leave I'll leave that one, I think, dark, so that way it's, you know, because that's not the good guy version, the abomination version. Which again, it's kind of weird because you really didn't need 2 minis to accomplish that. Like, stop doing that in some sets. You basically just get 1 mini and just get cards for both. In this case, it's called a money grab. One more. I definitely gotta do him. His face looks almost gray. Oh, I thought you did a better job than this. Because his hand got in the way. Yeah, because top of his hand's perfectly brightened from dry brushing. Rest of it, not so much. Oh, don't forget this glue. Actually, he looks kind of okay. Give him a little bit more just to make sure. Alright. So. Now, I did all that, and this was the one I was actually working on that I needed to fix. Didn't even touch her. Let's not start with her. All right. That was one of the problems with the most basic speed paint set. Has like roughly one color that you can use for a flesh tone. Well, I mean, I guess not necessarily, but like for a pale flesh tone, you basically have this one color. You either have to mix it to make it try to make it a different color, or just go with it. Mm. Mm-mm. 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 Okay, so it is sleeves. I was like, I needed to make sure if these were sleeves or not. They are her hands, so. Alright. Moss flesh tone. Worst thing is every time I see this guy with this random thing that I don't know what is in his hand, it almost looks like he's got a gun and he's trying to point a gun to his hand. Okay, guy, this is not Persona. You don't need to do that. What I do need to do is watch. Who's the next contestant? Fake Aquaman. Mm-hmm. And the problem with fake Wonder Woman is I didn't notice until now is she still has a little bit of orange underneath. So the primer and the dry brushing didn't really get underneath on the back. So I guess it's okay for her to a small degree because I guess, you know, maybe it's more like a Amazonian / barbarian skin tone, which would be slightly more orange. Alright. Oh, you guys are good. You're good. You're good. Random dude. Random dude with the crowbar. Not sure who you are, but you got a crowbar. Oops, lost my glasses. Ow, hit myself in the eye while I was at it. All right, so now I just got one for red, white, and blue. Well, I gotta do his flesh tone, so I actually jumped too soon. So I gotta do him. All right. Oops. What I got in this brush? That's weird. Something was clogged up in this brush. Can't shoot it. All right. This is the one that I didn't highlight his face, and I can definitely tell the difference. He's quite a bit darker, like, and not dark like dark skin complexion, but like darker, like tonally, because it's more of a grayish color instead of a bright flesh tone. So it's more like again, I feel like for an evil character, you know, okay, it works okay. Or even if you want to do like, yeah, like a darkest dungeon or dingy dungeon type paint job. I'm not sure when I start doing the regular Zombicide or my Zombicide Black Plague, Green Horde, and Massive Darkness, I want to go that same route. Okay, so red stuff. Yeah, so all you got left is red, and then the flag. So now they did do something different there. So this one has a lot of thin lines for the flag. This one, they're all thick. My white dried up on me. So, yeah, I forgot your belt. And my yellow dried up on me. All right, red time. Problem is the cloak. It's like, do I want to actually do the cloak? Like, well, not do the cloak. Do I want to actually paint the white on the cloak? I guess I'll do the red and see how much stark contrast it is between the two. One, two, three, four, five, six. One, two, three. Oops, went four. We did not ask for four. We asked for three. All right, I gotta keep steady on this, so I'm definitely putting these guys back on the holder. Again, so we're sitting at 3 hours 40 minutes, so almost 4 hours, and I've got almost these done. So this is the difference between speed paint and regular paint. Like I said, I've done 3 times as many minis in not quite the same amount of time, like technically less overall. Just because, right? That's benefit of speed paints. Why do they call them speed paints? I mean, technically they call them speed paints because you're supposed to be able to just, you know, it saves you from having to do the extra steps of highlighting and all of that. But for me, it's quicker to paint with speed paints. Like I said, I just don't do it all the time because I'm not always a fan of the outcome. Mm. Here comes the fun part. Perform. Okie dokie. Oh, he's wearing full gloves. That's easy to fix. At least the way Big Child painted him, he's wearing full gloves, so I'm going to do the same thing. Because again, I don't have the art, and I would assume they did. But there's a saying about assuming. Collars. Well, another one of those fine detail and collar situations. All right, so. I don't know what the first stripe's supposed to be. We'll go with the first stripe being red. That's because the ones on the inside are going to be a pain to do. Red and white next to each other are two of the worst colors that you have to paint next to each other because red is, well, red normally is just hard to use to cover white, and then white does not cover red very well. And I'm probably going to make enough mistakes where, yes, I am going to have to paint the white. Bella, I don't know why you won't lay down, sweetie. Just lay down. Now this is another test because, again, speed paints don't do well on completely smooth surfaces. So these stripes, it's gonna be fun. Alright. Where's the next stripe? I want to go up to the bigger brush. I think the bigger brush will be almost a 1-to-1 size. You do napkins. Holy cow, I don't even know where that line went. Where'd that line go? Oh, do not enjoy this at all. Why did I save this for the end? I'm a glutton for punishment. Not to say I'd want to do this first either. Little wants to go out again. All right, Bella has been pottied. Dennis, good morning. Good morning, Dennis. How are you this evening? Actually, it's evening for me. I guess morning for you. I don't know where you are. For me, it is... I mean, technically morning. It's 1:30, according to the clock. Let me do all these bottom ones, and maybe that'll help me figure out where I need to do the other ones. I'm not enjoying this, and this is pretty easy to tell where the lines are. I say pretty easy. On the inside, it's going to be a pain because I got to go underneath of him. It's a pain in the neck to do, and not only do I have to do it on this guy on the front and the back, I have to do it on the other guy on the front and the back. Not a fan. Not a fan of stripes. I wonder if this is where those new speed paint markers would come in handy. I wouldn't have to, one, refill, but two, you can draw a little bit straighter line with a pen or a marker than a paintbrush. Alright, keep going. It's just so hard to tell where the lines are, like where each stripe is supposed to be. It's probably going to take me longer to do these stripes than it took me to do all the other minis. That's crazy. I'm still debating whether or not I'm going to do the white stripes. I mean, because the problem is right here, these look gray because I must have done a horrible job dry brushing on the back. Or I was just dry brushing from the top to give it a zenithal, thinking, oh, I'll do white speed paints, which I guess technically I should have done a white speed paint over the entire cape before I started this adventure. Yeah, I'm gonna have to paint these white. That's gonna be annoying. Whoever created this mini was like, I don't care about painters. It's honestly not even the person that made the mini. Whoever made this costume design. Now again, the costume design makes sense from a normal perspective, but not a painting perspective, I guess. Oh, jeez. Fun. Well, like, this one's actually more, this one's more annoying. I showed this earlier, but like, these are just so tiny compared to like this one. They made them big and fat and thick. I mean, I don't even see how somebody's supposed to paint the ones behind him. That's just bananas. Or you don't, and you say, can't see him from this angle, so don't worry about him. You know, like, there's no way I can get anywhere near behind that 1 foot there. Just normally you would probably paint these first, not be concerned about getting paint anywhere else. And then, you know, just paint over the things that are in front that get paint on them. But when you're doing speed paints, you kind of can't do that. Without basically having to re-base coat in white or gray or whatever color you're doing. If you're doing any kind of zenithal or whatnot, then you're kind of stuck on top, because you also have to then figure out, how do I do the gray and then do a dry brush without messing up what's underneath. I don't know how I'm going to get that one stripe. I just don't think I can. Yeah, that's why the other one I saw, I think they started with white on the outside. All right, one down. Again, I've got to touch up white across the board. I really hope that stripes red. Oh, no, then got it completely underneath the webcam. Sorry about it. And I'm missing some blue again. And all my blue, I think, is drying up. Yeah, they're gonna be fun tomorrow when I finally see it in the light and have to do all these touch-ups and I made all these custom colors. Same thing here. It's more gray than white again. So the same problem. I didn't dry brush enough. And I didn't pay attention and did not paint this white beforehand. These are considerably easier to paint. Still not perfectly easy, but easier. It's just because they're just that little bit larger. Again, I'm saying a little bit larger. They're like almost twice the size of the other one. And even better, he's not floating over top of it, so I don't have to worry about the pain behind him again. That's a good question. Where does this one at? And so it's got little creases to try to make your edge in. So if you can somehow stay right up near the edge and then just push the speed paint down into the gully, you kind of can get a real smooth edge. But that's not always the case. This is just weird. My last stripe. Huh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Gotta love it. Oh, gotta love it, gotta love it, gotta love it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Even if I say it's another one, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
So there's 12 on the front, 13 on the back.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Because there's this one that's like down in the. Yeah, let's do this. Let's go across this way so we can kind of line them up. That's that one. It would be that one. Where's that? Okay, that's this one that's down inside. And then, so the next one would be right here, according to the. Oh no, I see what they did. Oh, I see what you guys did. Very, very annoying. So there's a crease here, and there's a double crease inside of this one. I feel like the line is just so faint. But yes, does line up with this one. Okay. Still got an oddball here. Alright, let's paint that one. Okay. Well, that one's red. The screwball one here is red. One behind his leg is red. This one is red. this one is red. This piece, I know that's red, but then I don't know where that connects to. This looks like it's on the edge again, which would make sense because that's how the other one ended, was on the edge. But on the back, there's an extra stripe. If I remember correctly, there is supposed to be 13. So if I remember correctly, it's the 13 original columns. That's the 13 stripes. Been a while since I've done American history. Also can't remember if white was supposed to come first or red was supposed to come first. I've probably done that completely wrong too. So the problem with that is it's not white. Like, it's not a bright white. Because everybody else is done. I mean, it's just this guy with his stupid white stripes, and then I was gonna... Actually, this guy's supposed to have some red on him too. Where's his red? Where? As Lucita says, she's like, where? Donde? Donde? Where? Yeah, like he's supposed to have some red touch-ups as well. Let me do the sword for a minute. I'm kind of in the, do I want to do the metallic paints? And you see the front looks good with the white. The back, unfortunately, is pretty much gray. All right, let's see if I can make some more of my white. All right. All right, so let's see what happens. Oh, here we go again. All right. And of course on the red, I forgot to put some of the Iron Painter 2.0 Speed Medium. So we're getting bleeding. This is not fun. It's like on here, it's really not that big of a deal for two reasons. One, it's under, underneath, so you can just play it off as the grayish shadow. Two, the one part that is kind of poking out is a nice white. Oh, it's those tiny stripes I don't want to do. Alright. And the other one. Yeah, so I definitely should have painted his whole cloak white when I had a chance. Now I'm painting over the red, and the red's starting to bleed into the white. And blah, 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 blah. So I'm gonna have to go back over the red and the white again. Never have to paint a stripe again, it'll be too soon. I'm just missing left and right. My shoulder's all tensed up too because there's a lot of like straight pressure, like trying to get it. Alright, so let's do this. Let's take you. Let's go smaller. Just to try to do these last little touch-ups back on the red that I just messed up with the white. Problem is that like I go to touch it up and I just make it worse. Mess up like another spot. It just looks so bad. I mean, it's... None of the lines are straight. None of them are in the lines. Like, all of them are going over or under. Just can't get them straight. Yeah, it's a huge spot there, and I don't think I'm going to be able to... As soon as I put the white on that, it's going to reactivate the red. Probably going to have to be good enough. Alright, so, metallics. What do I want metallic going up? I want... There it is. So. Only a tiny little bit of this. This is really just for a gun. I guess the crowbar too, if I have enough. Where'd the gun go? Oh, and the blades. Well, the blades, I probably want to do them on like the same color I do fake Wonder Woman's outfit, because it needs more color. Gun. Plate mail. So, his blades, I think I'm gonna do his goggles as well. So I mean, again, it's some extra to stand out, because like nothing on him is standing out right now. But maybe nothing is supposed to stand out. It kind of looks like a stealthy guy. Yeah, you got them all over the place. 2 on the back as well. Any more Niger hiding? That's probably it. Puppy dog. Okay, chica. Plate mail. Lots of plate mail. Thinking no more silver. So now I think we just got to do some gold. Oro. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get my black, gray, guess a tan puppy. All right, one of those guys done. I gotta do twice because there's two of these guys. All right. And other shoulder pad. The chicas. If I just do his gauntlets, it might be too stark of a contrast. So probably have to do it all. All right. Kind of feel like his shield should be. All right, get my other paints, and then we'll do some bases, and I think we will be done. I have one well left, and I got 3 color bases I have to do. This will be interesting. All right, last bits. Do some bases. Do some bases. Let's knock out the two that are just a single color, or the single one, the two that are a color that's only a single color. I think my camera's being goofy again. Yeah. Definitely need to remember to turn these off during the day when I'm done using. All right, and go to a slightly bigger brush because I am not going to be basing these for 12 hours. You were first. You were going to be gray. And I probably put too much gray on my palette. One. Yeah, way too much gray. Way too much gray. Let's not do the same thing with the cobalt skin. Almost did the exact same thing with the cobalt skin. Although then again, I don't know, with the doggy it may need a little bit more. Well, he's gonna need more than one coat. Alright. Oh, dang it. I didn't do her little cloud thing. I guess I'd leave little cloud thing gray. Why not? Just leave it the color that it is. Oh, I got them all done. I don't know what the time was. Now the stupid cape slowed me down significantly. I was definitely on a 15 minute per mini pace before the cape madness occurred. Oh. Always notice that when I'm as the night goes on, and I get tired, I start just pulling the mini closer to me. I mean, I do it a lot during too, usually for detail work, but like I don't need to pull it like 5 inches from my face when I'm doing a base ring. Got that one guy right here in the middle. I just haven't done yet. I just keep skipping over him. I don't know why. All right, let's take this guy. He was so lonely. Four more to go, and then I'm gonna do the doggy a second time. Oops. All right. Yeah, the capes. I wouldn't have had the cape problem. Definitely probably could have finished this in less than 5 hours. Had a couple E-rate backs due to Bella too, so I might have added about a half an hour-ish. Right. And last one, and then second coat on the doggy. All right. I have to check them in the morning. Check the basement. All right, puppy dog coat number 2. I think he's probably the gray's probably fine. Gray's fine. I probably should have done another coat on the doggy before I finished all the black ones, just in case I needed to do a third coat. Puppy dog. All right. That is that. That is about as much as I can do. That's 15 minis. 15 minis, and it says 5.5 hours. We're going to say 5 hours, and honestly, it probably should have been closer to 4.5. But again, problems with capes. Right, so here's our puppy dog. Again, speed paint. Gonna be tabletop quality. They look good enough. Little puppy dog. We have 2 wannabe Spider-Mans, wannabe Supermans. So again, not overly happy about the stripes. I guess worst case scenario, I'm gonna have to touch them up with actual acrylic paints after I varnish them. We have Sledgehammer guy and Crowbar guy. Again, they don't look right one there. I mean, they look a lot better in person. I think the lighting and all kind of makes everything look different. I don't know if it's 2 different people, same person, twins. The girls. Team Teal, I guess, with their shirts. Fake Aquaman and Assassin Killer dude. Fake Wonder Woman and fake Captain America, I guess. I don't know who he's supposed to be. And dude with a gun and fake Flash, or I guess Speed, or whatever. There's like 500 DC fast running people, good guys, bad guys, you name it. Okay, there we go, guys. That is tonight's painting session. Tomorrow I'm doing some different minis. We're gonna do Endless Winter, Paleo America. I'm gonna try some different techniques. So if you guys want to watch that, join me chatting, keep me awake. Hit the bell notification. Hit the notify me. All that stuff. If you want to watch, well, I was gonna say gameplay, but unfortunately I'm painting things that I'm not going to play. Although I guess the Paleo America, I'll play in that. Subscribe, bell notification, all that YouTube stuff. Until next time, guys. Peace.